All right. All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Come on in and feel free to grab a chair and we'll go ahead and get started this evening. It's good to see everyone. Daiswa, greetings, friends. My name is Brenda Mead, and I'm chairman for the Coquille Indian Tribe. And on behalf of the Coquille Tribe, I welcome you all to the Mill Casino Hotel and RV Park and to our house. It's good to see everyone here. I welcome you to this community listening session tonight in regards to the offshore wind energy projects being considered here in our homelands. Thank you for taking time out of your day to come out and share your information, perspectives, and perhaps concerns about this important subject. This gathering is sponsored by not only the Coquille Indian Tribe, but also the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Loram-Kwa, and Sayusla tribes. Please stand to be recognized. It's good to see you all. Also, on behalf of the Coos County Commissioners, thank you so much to Melissa Kervin there. As well as the cities of Coos Bay, North Bend, and Bandon. If you could stand up and be recognized, thank you so much. As well as the Port of Coos Bay and the Port of Bandon today is here with us. Can you stand and be recognized as well? We also have state legislators here today. If you could stand and be recognized. I believe we have represented, all right. Thank you so much. Our purpose today here is simple. To allow a time for community members to come together and to share viewpoints with our fellow community members and our local elected officials as well. This is not any kind of official meeting, I'll just say that. It's not a public hearing. You won't be testifying on the record. This is just about our community coming together and sharing their support or perhaps their concerns about the specific project that BOEM is considering for our area. This also allows elected officials to hear from community members about any impacts that may be an issue to us here in Coos County. There are a few handouts on the back table. If you hadn't gotten one when you came in, please take a moment to grab those. It's just information that has been shared from our federal agencies as well as President Biden's announcement. We organized this event because wind farms may have a huge impact in our community in the not so distant future. Maybe a good impact, maybe a bad impact, maybe a little bit of both. Yet so far there hasn't been a whole lot of public discussions, and we think it's time to get those discussions started and to get out in the public for everyone to just have some conversations. To lead those conversations tonight, we have invited one of our most respected community leaders. Retired State Senator Arnie Roeblen is here tonight. And Arnie, yes, is going to be he's gonna share some rules for our meeting, but it's really about just respecting each other and treating each other the way that we want to be treated in our house. So thank you for that. But before we get started, I just wanted to take a moment to introduce Melissa Cribbins, our Houston County Commissioner here tonight. Asked her to just take a few moments to maybe just briefly update us on where BOEM is with this project. And again, thank you so much for spending the evening with us.
Thank you so much. I don't think we knew how many people would be here today, and it's nice to see a community that's really engaged and very excited about having this discussion. I am in charge of the how we got here part of the presentation, and I won't make it take too long, but as I know many of you have been engaged in the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management part of this, not all of you have been, but the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management has been meeting with some stakeholders and representatives all among Oregon for months now. And they released their draft call areas, which are the draft areas, the proposed areas for where wind farms could go, right? And they announced 3 separate leasing areas, one in Brookings, essentially one in Bandon, and one in Coos Bay that goes all the way to the Lane County line. They have essentially gotten rid of the Bandon call area, but the other 2 remain. And so now BOEM is getting ready to put a Federal Register publication out, which is your opportunity to comment on this to the federal government. We are happy to hear everything you have to say, and we will use many of your comments in our own letters regarding the Federal Register. But if you really want your voice to be heard on this issue by BOEM, who makes the decision about where these lease areas go and where the wind floats can go, then you need to comment through the Federal Register process. And if you go and you get your little handout that looks like this, and if you turn to the back page right here, it talks about the Federal Register process and what the deadlines are for commenting. The federal government is really serious about their deadlines. So if you miss the deadline, they won't consider your comments. So please, 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 let's make this a robust process. Please engage and get your comments in. So with that, it is my pleasure to turn the mic over to Representative David Brock-Smith, who is going to talk about the upcoming Department of Energy meeting that will be occurring down here. Representative Brock-Smith.
It's really great to see so many people here engaged in this issue. I'll be brief. I want to thank Chair Mead for hosting everyone here today in the Cookville Tribe. Thank you so much. And for Commissioner Cribbins and working with Chair Mead and many of you to make this happen so that your voices can be heard. I want to be very clear. In the 2021 legislative session, we drafted and passed, moved by me, House Bill 3375, which was an offshore wind planning bill for the state. The purpose of that piece of legislation was to get ahead of this so that the state of Oregon could also have a listening session from stakeholders and fishermen and the processors from around the state of Oregon so that their voice could be heard in a planning process for the state so that the state's proposal, if you will, and the project could then be presented to BOEM, and that is due in September to the legislature. And so it's critically important that not only as you make your comments to BOEM, but we have pushed, there was only supposed to be 2 meetings, and we pushed for a 3rd in-person meeting here next Wednesday through the Oregon Department of Energy process. And it's critically important that you engage in that process as well so that your voice can be heard and so that us as a state can align with your concerns and push those forward to BOEM. So thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Really appreciate you all being here. And with no further ado, my dear friend and former Senator Arnie Rowe.
So a few logistics things. There are 2 microphones over here on each side. And so when we start having comments, I want people to line up and that way we can orderly go through it. We are also, this little machine here is putting you live on Facebook live, and there will be a recording which will eventually end up with Melissa Cribbett, so we can keep track of all the comments that people are making as well. It really is a pleasure to be here and to see this kind of response, because the truth is, government works best when people engage in it. And as a state representative from this area and a state senator from this area, I had lots of opportunity to hear from lots of people over a bunch of issues. And I will tell you that offshore, wave or wind, for the 16 years that I was in the legislature, they were important topics that came about over and over again, from the wave energy issues up in Newport to the offshore wind conversations. And I've been in more than a few BONE meetings and been frustrated as much as anybody else who goes to some of those meetings. I, for one, have said before that the process is kind of backwards. They figure out where they're going to do it before they figure out whether that's the right place to do it. And then they go through all this process to figure out if they pick the right place. But regardless of whether or not that is the way it is. And so what we need to do is to make sure we get ourselves in a position where we can make the comments and do the kinds of things so people will hear us. And having worked with many of the fishing industries, the other thing I wanted to say at the beginning is that when I went to the legislature, we were having all these conversations about sustainability. Can we keep things going? And how are we going to do this? And how are we going to do that? And I will tell you that it became clear that in Oregon, we had more sustainable fisheries in the Oregon fishing industry than the rest of the world at one time. It was pretty remarkable. Dungeness crab, we continue to change the size of the crab and all that kind of stuff, really based on what the crabbers think we should do. We do the same thing with pink shrimp. We do the same thing with almost all of the fisheries we have off the coast, so that next generation will have those same fisheries and they'll still be there. So it is important that we keep having all of those things in mind as we look forward for other opportunities that may be something that's important in the ocean and can be helpful to us. So with that being said, we need to get as much information as we can. And if anybody is new here and didn't know, if you go out these doors and around, you can find restrooms out there. So if people need restrooms, because I assume this could go a while. I really don't have any time limits, but I would hope people would keep their comments succinct. I will tell you, having sat in many hearings at the legislature, people who spoke less but said what they wanted to say quickly were really valued people in that process. So just so you know, that can be helpful. And I've got somebody who wants to talk to me right in the middle of this. I'm saying no to them. So with that, 2 mics, people who want to speak can. I don't know that I have any more really logistics things that I have to do, other than if you want to say something, come on up and pick a microphone, one side or the other. Go ahead. Don't rush, because I don't want to be trampled. So this is really your meeting, so that's why we're having it, and I really appreciated that. So you can say who you are, and then.
My name is Stephen Harder.
Let's make sure it gets turned on. Okay, good enough.
I've got 3 points. I'm going to do them one at a time. I'll go back to right after each one.
Now
The
you-
first point I want to make is on the end life of the wind turbines, the decommissioning, as it's called. Currently, we have a lot of wind turbines on land. We watch them die, we watch them leak oil, we watch them catch fire, we see a lot of problems. I talked to Ms. Whitaker, and she said, according to BOEM, that it's covered by CFR 40. I've got a couple of problems there. Number one is it cheaper to repair, replace, remove, or pay the penalty for failing to do so? it seems that recycling of these wind turbines is no brainer loss. It's the recycling value is below the cost of doing it. So at that point, it becomes a point of, as a company, do we just eat the penalty? Or do we actually go in and lose money and remove it? They don't look at the money that was generated by the turbine, they look at what's going to cost them to remove it. And as we've seen in the past, and by the way, land turbines are covered by CFRs also for the proper decommissioning and removal. They'd rather pay the penalty and leave it. So that's first part of the question. The second part of the question deals with CFRs themselves, Code of Federal Regulations. I've been a hazmat certifier. I know how CFRs are written. I know how they're used. I know how they're abused. As a hazmat certifier, going by CFR 49, I could look at a cargo and say, this can't go. This does not meet the requirements of CFR 49. None CFR certifier can come up and say, nope, there's an exception here that I'm going to accept this exception. This cargo can go. Comes up a third. Well, I disagree with both of you, but I'm going to use this exception over here. CFRs are full of exceptions. If a CFR says you don't properly decommission, you don't properly remove, this is going to be the penalty. But I can guarantee you somewhere in that same CFR, it's going to say, except when it's not cost effective, except when Mother Nature doesn't permit, except there's going to be a bunch of exceptions that waive the penalty. So my main concern at this point is we are looking at environmental hazards, a Superfund site in 30 to 50 years, unless we, the people, i.e. the government, goes in and removes them because the companies chose to just pay the penalty. That's it for this point.
Thank you very much. If you want to line up the headlamps, we can get through it a little quicker, or you can wait.
I just want to back up what that gentleman just said. I drove across the state westbound Monday, terrible weather. Went up to pick a piece of endangered sagebrush. And a 3 Mile Canyon east of Arlington, there's countless turbines up there on the hill. And every one that I saw had a tube and at least one set of blades laying on the ground in the springtime, doing nothing for riparian or for grass or any animal in the world, every single one of them. That was Monday. I just wanted to back that up, what he said. Are they gonna get rid of it?
Thank you.
Hello, Senator Rowland. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share comments. My name is Ann Belisis, and I'm president of the County Office Audubon Society. We've got more than 400 members in Pease and Curry County concerned about the South Coast birds, fish, and wildlife. I also work with other Audubon chapters along the coast. Our skin in this game is that Oregon's offshore waters are extremely productive for marine life. Part of one of only 4 major eastern boundary upwelling ecosystems in the world. Those are those ecosystems that upwell on the western side of the continents where there's a deep drop off. To get a sense of the productivity of these ecosystems, it's important to note that they account for only 1% of the world's ocean area, but account for 20% of the world's ocean fish harvest. We have laws to not put shopping centers on prime productive farmland, but I'm concerned that the push to develop floating offshore wind does not yet sufficiently recognize that what we have in our ocean is already extremely valuable. The The high productivity of Oregon's coastal waters is important not only for our cherished fisheries, but for wildlife too. Oregon hosts half of the West Coast seabird breeding habitat, most of it in the South Coast. And also our clean, cold, rich upwelling waters draw 70 species of birds from all around the Pacific to forage, plus several species of whales, including endangered species. And this is wildlife that our visitors love to watch. Siting is the most important decision that will get made for wind energy areas in terms of reducing conflicts with fisheries and wildlife. But as you've said, the BOEM process does not really allow for an adequate, realistic, and transparent analysis of cumulative impacts until very late in the game, after the wind energy companies have already heavily invested. Even more concerning to me is that state and federal agencies are ostensibly considering now analyzing installation of 2 to 3 gigawatts of floating offshore wind, but industry and agencies at the same time in the same meetings are really talking about expansion to 17 or 20 gigawatts with additional call areas to come in the future. That's a scale that's 10 times larger. If we open the door to the larger installations, there will be much greater impacts on the marine ecosystems. And yet, how will the decision get made as to what is the appropriate scale for offshore wind development? At this point, it seems that the outside energy companies will be the ones left to make this decision. And I think it really needs to be very carefully thought about with lots of input. To conclude, I'll just say I'm deeply concerned about the impacts of the climate crisis on our communities and our fish and wildlife that are the backbone of our current economy and are important to so many of us. And yet we want to make sure that the proposed solutions are feasible and will truly help us to reduce carbon and be more resilient. We should choose the most cost-effective, efficient, renewable energy options and locate them in the places that will do the least damage. I'd like to see a future where we can shift to renewable energy, but without wholly industrializing and degrading these most productive and valuable marine environments that we have on our East Coast. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Steve Godin. I am the president of the Oregon Coast Anglers. I'm also a representative for ground fishermen to the Pacific Fisheries Management Council. That's the ground advisory panel for the FMC. I'm also a representative on the committee for ODFW for sport fishing. So I'm here to talk to you a little bit about what I'm trying to do to help out. There's a lot of misinformation, there's a lot of concern and angst about this whole process and about these call areas, particularly, of course, the Coos Bay call area that's closest to us here right now. There's also the same concerns down at Brookings. So, and trying to do my part, I'm putting together a number of meetings, one starting tomorrow. That will be at the Marine Activity Center in Winchester Bay, where our fish club, the Oregon Coast Anglers, will host a meeting with the public. All commercial anglers as well as sport anglers are invited to attend. It will run from 6:30 on, and we'll have other representatives with me that have been part of the loan process all along. There will then be another meeting down in Bandon on May 24th. That meeting will take place at what they call the barn in the community area. That will run from 1 to 3. And then in Brookings on May 28th, we'll have a meeting down there. And that will be at the Elks Lodge. That one will start at 6 o'clock. And then the last meeting will be up in Florence at the Elks Lodge, starting at 6 o'clock there on June 1st. So that's another opportunity for people to, in a smaller group, I believe, to try and get at what are the issues, what affects them personally, and to as much as we can to be as definitive as we can as we try to remove those concerns to BOEM in this process and get it done before the comment period is finished, which I believe is June 28th or 29th.
It's in that time that you have.
So we want to get that all done before that deadline. So any of you that can make any of those meetings and would like to speak out, we'll be gathering that input Thank you.
Thank you. Point number 2.
Once again, my name is Steve Harder. And my second point is we have two government organizations in disagreement with each other. We have BOEM that says we have sufficient wind to run wind turbines offshore. And we have NOAA, who says there is not sufficient wind on the southern Oregon coast for a wind turbine. How bad is it? I've got a wind turbine, a can type. It requires 4 meters per second of wind, which is very low speed. Your typical vertical requires 8 meters per second. These are large turbines and they're going to require more yet. Yet NOAA says 4 meters per second is not sustainable wind on the southern Oregon coast for a turbine. It gets worse when you try to hook up on your private property a wind turbine. Even a 3 kilowatt, it only requires 4 meters per second of wind. You can't find an electrician to hook it up. I've gone to Central Oregon for electricians and there's none there. This area goes back, and with the companies that you talk to about hooking up a wind turbine, they all go to NOAA, not Bell, they go to NOAA. I invited someone from NOAA to come out here and stand in my front yard. I'm up on 14th Avenue up high. I've got a ravine coming right up to my house. I get great wind, believe me. But no, we have to go with our data, same as Bolin said. Well, we say there is enough wind. NOAA says there isn't enough wind. Which is it? Are we going to go forward with Bolin's proposal and spend the money and put the wind turbines out there just to find out NOAA was right? We can't even get NOAA to admit we got enough wind here to put a 3 kilowatt on land. They say it's not sustainable wind. And that's point number 2.
Thank you. I know there are more comments out there than that.
Thanks.
See, if you had 2 or 3 people lined up, it would go much quicker. I'm just telling you.
Building drama.
Oh, that's true. That's. You get those. So we have a person who likes to think long-term and ahead of time. So he got a hold of the tribe here and got some slides, a film. He'd like to share it with us. So Nick, it's yours.
I don't know if the clicker here starts the video or not. I think he's going to start it. So this is seeing Charleston through my eyes.
Welcome to Charleston. We're located just 2 miles from the Pacific Ocean. Charleston is the home of over 60 commercial fishing vessels. And I'm just where we harvest pink shrimp, Dungeness crab, a variety of bottom fish, with salmon and outboard chicken. We're very proud of our working waterway, where we have 2 processing plants, 2 ice plants, and 5 buying stations. Our seafood goes all over the world. We have all the assets to supply our fleet, with shipyards, marine stores, and fueling stations, and a full service marina just like this. This is my vessel, the Carter John. It always seems like we're delivering seafood right to the front door. With our neighbors with the Marine Interpretation Center for Tourism, right across the street is the Oregon Institute of Marine Biology's campus. It's a busy place. Charleston, Oregon, the gateway to the Pacific Northwest.
Well, that's Charleston. It's like that in every one of our coastal communities and our ports. So I'm Nick Edwards. I've been a commercial fisherman for 43 years, and I own the fishing vessel Carter John out of Charleston. I'm here wearing a different hat, representing Shrimp Producers Marketing Cooperative today. We have 35 vessels that harvest pink shrimp in Oregon, Washington, and California waters. Our Jordanic pink shrimp gets exported all over the world. I keep hearing this catchphrase, Oregon's south coast is the Saudi Arabia of offshore wind. Makes me want to scream. They're just words. What the Southern Oregon coast actually has is one of the most sustainable ecosystems on the planet that feeds one of the healthiest oceans right here off the coast of Coos Bay. The Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, or BOEM, has never commented on our northwest upbones. Just offshore of Coos Bay, we have four of one of the most productive ecosystems in the world, the California Current. A published report from February 18, 2018, Future Changes in Coastal Upwelling and Ecosystems with Global Warming. Coastal upwellings and ecosystems are among the most productive ecosystems in the world, meaning that their response to climate change is of critical importance. Offshore wind is supposed to help reverse the direction of climate change, not to have a potential impact on one of the most sustainable fisheries on the planet. And the next slide, please. Sorry about that. And there's going to be another one shortly. So these are recent call areas that were just revealed here on 4/27 of 22. BOEM released these Central Atlantic call areas off of Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, and Delaware. Why they're so important? These two sites are located at 2,600 meters or 1,421 fathoms. That's twice as deep as the Coos Bay call areas that are 1,300 meters and in. Moving offshore wind to 1,300 meters and beyond, like our governor suggested, will only help protect Oregon's natural resources. Site E, right? Here we go. Site E is right there. Site E is located 56 miles offshore, located at 2,500 to 2,600 meters. That's 1,421 fathoms off of Maryland, Delaware, and Virginia. It's a massive 1.6 million acres in size. Site F, below it, is 44 miles offshore. That's 25 to 2,600 meters again and 1,421 fathoms off the coast of North Carolina and Virginia. It's 763,000 square acres. And the next slide, please. So this is BOEM's Coos Bay call area in red. See it right here? That's all 1,300 meters in. The green is 1,300 meters and out. The people in Maryland and North Carolina and Virginia and Delaware, their offshore wind is going to go out here. Ours is going to go here and in. Makes no sense to me. Governor Brown provided a list of parameters for BOEM to follow when siting offshore wind in Oregon's outer waters. BOEM has ignored Governor Brown's suggestions to date. Governor Brown stated, this is the opportune time to move these wind energy areas offshore of 1,300 meters or 710 fathoms and beyond, move them deeper. BOEM did not listen, they did the opposite. The National Research Energy Laboratory, or NREL, has made presentations that show the technology for offshore wind that can go to the 1,300 meter depth. That was 5 years ago. BOEM now acknowledges the technology of going deeper and published these call areas in the Central Atlantic for 2,500 and 2,600 meters. Oregon needs to put the brakes on BOEM and convince BOEM to take offshore wind to 1,300 and out to 2,600 meters, not inside 1,300 meters. Like others here in the seafood industry, we've all participated in this whole BOEM process. There has been no meaningful engagement or transparency whatsoever. BOEM has showed me that they have no concept of our ocean resources, its inhabitants, or its ocean users. For that reason, we will never see eye to eye, and here's why. They lease land and we feed the world. But the fishing industry understands where these offshore wind farms are sited, we will never be able to harvest that resource in these call areas ever again. A 3 gigawatt offshore wind farm will have over 600 embedment anchors on the seabed floor. Thanks, Mike Grable, for all that information. Miles and miles of chain. If one turbine sinks, it would be the loss of valuable fishing grounds forever. As a fisherman, I am not against offshore wind, but what I am against is the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management and their current siting process. It is without a doubt an extremely flawed process for Oregonians and its natural resources. And lastly, I don't want to see the highest bidder win the lease off of Coos Bay. Our community should want a developer that's chosen to work with the coastal communities, use its resources, and vet the fishing industry for a siting on an offshore wind project. We need to find a call area that works for all parties, and that's known as the Oregon way. Thank you.
Jamie Faraday, retired biology teacher in this community. Are there any former students? And a retired energy analyst, and I am in the interest in being succinct. I did write a 3-page thing with references and links, but I will try to edit that as much as possible. I came up with 5 cautions for this topic because I would like us to be cautious about not betting one hand, since we're, one hand on just one thing. We're all hopefully interested in ultimately reducing greenhouse gases. Caution number 1, projections for energy needs. We see those projections as a way to say we need this amount of energy. And we need to be realistic about that. When I was a younger citizen growing up in Boise, Idaho, in the 70s, Idaho Power, our local utility, proposed a coal-fired plant just outside of the capital city. They projected large power demands for decades to come. There was plenty of pushback in the Treasure Valley to this plan and the challenges to that inflated demand. There's no coal-fired power plant in Idaho today, and Idaho Power has committed to 100% clean energy by 2045, like Oregon. Number 2, caution. The need for more energy production, or conversely, consumption. In the United States, we already consume a disproportionate amount of energy, about 3.5 times the global per capita energy consumption. A recent study by Stanford, just out last week, researchers reveals that reducing a person's energy use to the global average does not reduce their standard of living. They went through a whole bunch of metrics like life expectancy, infant mortality, happiness, food supply, etc. We as Americans use about 256 gigajoules. You know what a joule is? Anyway, that's a gigajoule is about 270 kilowatts, which is about 9 days in a typical house use. And so 250 is the very high. They're suggesting that there is no change in life, happiness, or livelihood at, say, 75, which is sort of closer to the global average. In Oregon, we have done better than most states in energy conservation, which is what I'm getting to, obviously. Yet we are not doing well enough. My career, as my second career that I just retired from, has been in the home energy assessment room. Every home that I have evaluated, with few exceptions, has needed energy upgrades to offset large energy losses and or produce energy more efficiently. And the percentage of existing homes that need energy upgrades is far in excess of those who don't. About 82% of all homes. So we got a place there to focus. That day, I'll skip to the next. Caution number 3, choosing complex renewable energy systems. As an energy analyst, one of my tasks was to look into energy generation on site. Photovoltaic systems, solar panels, were the most obvious choice, especially as they come down in cost and offer homeowners and businesses a simple and near maintenance-free energy source that has a reasonable return on investment.
and longevity. Whenever a customer asked about wind energy, it was seen by my employer, an engineer, as more costly, potentially permitting problems and maintenance heavy. We never installed one of these systems nor recommended them. Utility scale and larger scale community systems of photovoltaic, so the panels with storage backup are available now and with less cost and permitting headaches than for which BOEM is making call areas. Caution number 4, and this goes back to my being a biology teacher. Caution number 4 is trading energy production for food producing carbon sequestration systems. I'm talking about our estuary. As a biology teacher, I taught local students about the history of our incredibly productive estuary. It was easy to generate curiosity for these students. The school was created an interpretive trail across millions of cubic yards of bay dredge materials to access one of the last remaining salt marshes that saw the ocean waters delivered twice a day. Ironically, the federal funds needed to make the trail access were from the very law that stopped filling the wetlands. Tidal wetlands are not only one of the Earth's most productive ecosystems, they are also superior to forests in sequestering carbon and holding it there. And they can be if they are restored. They can do so again. Caution number 5, do not discount the fishing community. They depend on these systems. The same food producing systems that we still have in our estuary still allow for an industry and livelihood for many in the area, the tribal community and those visiting the area for this purpose. Most of the commercially marketed fish use tidal marshes and eelgrass beds in some part of their life cycle, often called nurseries for the ocean. Creating the facilities and proposed channel changes to build an offshore wind system in this port would in effect be discounting the fishing community's ability to sustain these important food and cultural resources. And here's a quote that I had, and you students will remember this up on the next to the chalkboard, by Aldo Leopold. A thing is right when it tends to preserve the integrity, stability, and beauty of the biotic community. It is wrong when it tends otherwise.
Barney, great to see you. My name is Heather Mann. I wanted to start by thanking Chairman Mead and Commissioner Cribbins for holding this really important session to talk about this issue. One of the things that's important to me is that we're welcome to this house and that we're all in the same community. I live in Newport. I work for the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. I am proud and honored to work for them. I represent 30 trawl vessels, the majority of which are home ported in Newport. We have boats in Brookings as well. We fish from Northern California up to the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. And we are part of this community because while we may be home ported in Newport, we have caught millions and millions of pounds of fish in the current call areas and delivered that fish, whether it's to Charleston or up to Newport or even up to the river. So we're all in this together. A couple of the points that I wanted to make are really about the flawed process. Barney, you mentioned your concerns and frustrations with BOEM. I think a lot of us are just really struggling because we're used to open and transparent processes where stakeholders have input and there's a dialogue that goes back and forth, particularly in federal fisheries management and at state fisheries management. Deliberations are held in public and you can understand how decisions are being made and what the metrics are to make those decisions. That doesn't exist in the BOEM process. We are allowed to give public comment, but what happens to that public comment is unknown. It's a black box. There is no metric that says this much harm means we'll say no to a project. In fact, because of the way the projects are set up and the process is set up, by the time BOEM does their environmental assessment, it's too late. BOEM has never rejected a project based on negative impacts in an environmental assessment. Consider that. You get that far down the process, they have never said no. And who's gonna say no to $4.7 billion, which is what 6 sites went for in the New York Bight a few months ago? $4.7 million to the Treasury. My fisheries that my guys are in are worth a couple $100 million. How do you fight $1 billion train? But guess what? This isn't even just about fisheries, which are so important and so critical to our way of life. It's about all the other uncertainties, and you started to hear about them. Interference with food security, harm to underserved communities, loss of jobs in coastal communities. Where are all these jobs coming from that they're talking about? A lot of these jobs are foreign jobs. They're not here. Where are those jobs going to come from? Harm to endangered species, whales, birds, harm to the marine ecosystem, disruption to NOAA surveys. These are surveys that have been going on for 20 years. They have time series. They go to the same place every year. They collect data, and that's how we have science for how much fish we can catch. They inform our stock assessments. These call areas are right in those survey paths. You will not get the surveys. You will not get the science. That's really, really important. There's a disruption to the ecosystem function. There are so many unknowns. It's mind-boggling. You cannot buy your way out of a bad decision like this. And BOEM does that. They will throw money at researchers. They will throw money at fishermen. They will try to buy you off to get that space because all they do is lease land. It's not all right. You cannot put a price on the value of somebody's future in fishing. More than that, how do you take into consideration all the sacrifices that got you to where you are today as a fisherman? We have so many closed areas for essential fish habitat that we've agreed to. We've had really strict regulations for sustainability that we support. We've gone through a buyback program to buy out vessels to reduce capacity, to have the right number of boats going after the right number of fish. The leftover participants are paying that. They've paid $40 million so far and still owe $10 million. How do you value all of the sacrifices that fishermen have made to get here? I think that those are all things that we really need to think about as we move forward. And not to usurp all the time, but I do want to add a few more things. BOEM accepts significant harm to fisheries as an acceptable cost to get offshore energy. They do this for a couple of reasons. One, they're under an incredible amount of pressure to get these leases out to meet the political promise of 30 gigawatts in the water by 2030. If you look at everything that's happening right now on the East Coast, there's more than 30 gigawatts going to be out there by 2030. They're not even considering then what's happening in Northern California, what's happening in Washington, and then what happens here. They don't look at cumulative impacts. They don't care. They just lease land. They don't care. They say that they reduced the call areas from 3 to 2, and that's true. They never should have had the abandoned area in there in the first place. This is a new tactic they use, and they use it in California. Make it huge, listen to people complain, and then get rid of some of the area and say, look, we listened to the stakeholders. It never should have been in there in the first place. It doesn't have the habitat to support what they need for the tethers and the anchors. But more importantly, in that press release, it says, these areas came from robust discussion with stakeholders. I can't tell you how many times people said, do not include the abandoned high spot. But there it was. And now it's not there. And we're supposed to say, thank you. So I'll finally end with a couple of things that I was thinking about on my drive down here. If you look at the comments that elected officials and legislators made when we passed the ban on oil drilling and exploration off our coast, Things like the potential benefits out there for this kind of exploration are speculative and limited, but the potential consequences are dire. That's Dave Gomber. Senator Roblin, any drilling off the Oregon coast could destroy the things we love in the state of Oregon. And on and on. If you just substitute wind development that's not done thoughtfully instead of oil and gas, it's all the same comments. It's all the same thing. So I encourage everybody to get engaged. It impacts everybody, not just fishing. It impacts all of us. Thanks.
My name is Jan Potter. I've lived in Charleston for 40 years or so, and I'm a marine biologist. So I have a great interest in the ocean. When we think of getting rid of fossil fuels and moving towards renewable energy, there's three things I think we should think about: the cost, the speed, and how much carbon we can actually remove from the atmosphere to stop the impacts of global warming. So if we think about cost, floating offshore wind is the most expensive and the most resource intensive kind of ways to reduce to produce renewable energy. There are lots of other ways: solar, onshore wind, battery storage, that are much less expensive and won't be as expensive for ratepayers when we actually if we ever get this floating offshore wind. You think about speed. Many of you have looked at the recent IPCC report. It's saying that we need to move very quickly in the next few years to reduce our fossil fuel energy because we're just getting hotter, we're getting more windy, we're having more floods. And so we need to move to renewable energy much more quickly than we can with offshore floating wind. It's going to take us 10, 15, maybe even 20 years to put those turbines out there. And then if we think about carbon, with carbon, we just need to remove as much from the atmosphere as quickly and as cost effectively as Portland. We can do better for Oregon, especially for our fishermen. Working on solutions that don't impact the ocean, it's our last unimpacted place. I'll just end by making us look back a little bit. Some of you may have been here, I wasn't, but some of you may have been here when the decision to put the dams was made on the Columbia River. Yes, it provided us with renewable energy, but it also had very serious consequences for our natural resources, especially our fishermen. And so we should probably think about that when we're thinking about this offshore wind right for Oregon. Thank you.
So thank you. My name is Mike Oganeski. I've made some notes, but I think I'm going to change those around a little bit. I'm here today representing three organizations: Pacific Seafood, one has been Pacific Planner, now called Ben, or Pacific Charleston, I believe. I ran that plant for a short time. And I was actually looking for a house down there at one time, but didn't work out quite that way. And I've been in business 53 years, the fish business, and it's been good to me. And I don't know a class of people who are any better or finer or work harder or you can trust more than fishermen and the fishing community. It's meant a lot to me. I'm technically retired now. I am still working on wind energy. I got involved in that just over 3 years ago, listening primarily to what was going on the East Coast. I think I was one of the first ones out here to set up warning flags and say that, you know, this is coming your way, our way. And it is. It's hitting us just like it did the East Coast in my life. So I'd say that everything you've heard about wind energy from the people promoting it is basically a fairy tale from my experience. And I think there's a lot of people here tonight that, there's several that have inspired me, and I'll let them go first for that reason. Certainly Nick Edwards is always passionate about what goes on in this industry, and has his heart dedicated to that industry and the people in it. Heather Mann, there's nobody else that can match her. I've been around her for close to 20 years now. I also work in the council process and 2 subcommittees, actually 3 now. This is retirement. And so, but I feel like I want to give one, as much back as I've got contributed to this industry. And if you take, it's just a simple fact. If you take grounds that fishermen are dependent on, and you put up wind turbines and industrialize the place, and they can't get in there, it's going to cause some kind of impact. The more you do, the more the impact. It's a simple equation. You don't have to do all the research to figure out much out. But they say they want to do engagement. I've been around attempting to get them to engage with Heather and Nick and other people, and they just run right past it. They're not a factor. They don't have to do what the council does as far as public process. It's been said. The third individual I would like to mention is the lady from Audubon. She's courageous, I'll say that, because I know some of the organizations that I know, the NGOs or ENGOs, are not coming forward and saying much about what's going on. But there are some now. The comments are starting to come in, and they're loud and they're clear about this is a backwards process. It's totally backwards from the normal NEPA process. Senator, you said that possibly we just got to live with it. I don't think so. I think it's going to get challenged enough that we're going to think about doing it the right way instead of this way. The BOEM way, which is basically just go past it. If it's an obstacle, hand out the lease and let somebody else worry about it. They're not accountable for anything except handing out leases. And don't get me wrong, I met some really nice people involved. They're not all, but the way the whole thing's set up, it's just passing out leases. But the one thing I want to spend a minute or two on, maybe a little more, is there's one element here that's not getting spoken about very much. It's been touched on. We have the most productive, one of the most productive, if not the most productive system in the world with the upwelling that comes in out of that California current. Well, there's now some studies out from the North Sea that suggest there's quite a bit of change going on downwind of these turbines, up to 42 miles away from where the turbines are. It's not conclusive by any means, but physically, the same thing is going to happen out here. And what that means, it's a little hard to tell. But some of the things we're talking about, it will definitely impact that environmental driver for the ecosystems. There'll be a difference in temperatures, there'll be a difference in salinity, and there'll be differences possibly in the upwelling. There's a wind wake that's behind these turbines or downwind of them. It's just starting to surface as to what this might mean. But nobody at BOEM is even talking about it, or the possibility that it requires research if we're going to protect the productivity of this California current. We made a huge mistake when they put up the dams, and everybody thought, well, we'll just not worry about the salmon. Well, that didn't pay off so well. Think about trying to restore the California current. It's unimaginable how you would do that. The surveys are another area that we've got to put in comments by Friday on those. And what BOEM has said to the NOAA fisheries is, you figure it out, you're going to replace your surveys, just how you do it is your problem. But we want the same information, only we want now to be able to study climate change, because that's where a lot of the oceanographic information, the hydrology stuff from climate change is going to come from, is those surveys. But if they can't do them, they're going to lose so much in this that they're just scratching their heads how they're supposed to do this. But somehow it's supposed to happen. We're supposed to get information from the same surveys that they're basically sending to the trash can. So there's a lot of information and it's very complex. And I'm just really happy to see a lot of people speaking out that they're questioning this, not just swallowing it and saying, this is going to save our planet. Because it might be a monstrosity in the end. We don't know, but unless you do a NEPA process and full evaluation and research, we're never going to come close to knowing. And that's a big problem. So I thank you for the opportunity. Thanks.
I'm Tim Novotny, the communications manager with the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission, and we're here in Coos Bay. Mike, I have gone back, we've seen a lot of full-on meetings together, so many that it goes back to when they weren't on Zoom, so it's been a few years. Between me and Nick and Heather, they've kind of ticked off. My speech was getting shorter the further I went line, so I'll just kind of hit a couple of things. One is just again to drive home the point that the seafood industry really does recognize the importance of renewable energy. They just don't feel it's fair to bear the full brunt of it. And it kind of has been driven home that because we are, for more or less, better phrase, out of sight, out of mind, that seems to be it. When we would constantly be barraged with, or trying to get a conversation started with, asking to be engaged and not quite getting that engagement. You know, if you're looking for a lot of wind and a relatively low cost, then, you know, why not, you know, on some of the windier headlands where that seems fairly cheap? Well, you can't do that. Well, then why not a little closer to it? Well, you can't do that. So it seems like you're making compromises until you get right in the middle of our fishing grounds, and then you won't compromise them. And so when I talked to finally got a conversation with somebody from NREL, and I said, well, why can't you go beyond 1,300? Is there a reason? Which apparently not, because as Nick said, on the East Coast, they're not pushing way out, but here they kind of have that 1,300 meters as no, we're not going to go past that. And they said, no, it's just cost. Well, again, why again should our fishermen and by extension our communities bear that brunt of the cost? Why can't we go beyond that? So that's something I would like to see again, the citizens spread that word around and ask themselves, because again, we're talking about what's going to hit the fishing industries if those fishing grounds get impacted. But this is not something that ends in those haul areas, as Heather said. You know, this is going right up the coast to industries that fish the entire coast, but that goes and their product gets dropped off in communities up and down the coast. And what happens when that product gets limited and all of a sudden those mom and pop shops don't get as much fish and don't get as much crab coming in? And then all of a sudden fishermen have to get out, and all of a sudden processors have to close down, and all of a sudden there's not as many people going into the marine stores, and the fishermen and the sport fishermen don't have as much places to go. It's a domino effect, and it hits the communities up and down the coast. And so, you know, think about that in a wider scale. It doesn't just end in those call areas. It goes straight through the entire state. And for just a few more miles and a few more meters of depth, you can have that win-win situation. That's one point I wanted to make. The other goes back to those studies. There's no other major project that anyone would put on that would not be put through the ringer in terms of studies, and not excessive studies, just important studies of what's going to happen to the land that you're about to build on. And all we've been asking from the beginning is do the due diligence of the studies before you sell the land and start the project. That would be common sense in virtually any other business. And one of the issues that even if you go to 1,300 and beyond, the cables are going to come through to the coast. And there are concerns with the cables and how they might impact the crab. There is a study from, I believe it's from Scotland, that the crab are being fixated with the cables and starting to change them in some manner. And the same with the salmon. And so we have asked, will you at least put in some studies to at least answer those, whether or not we need to bury the cables, whether or not something is going to be done, and haven't had a satisfactory answer. So again, we need, and that's just for our industry. Each industry has its own questions, and again, the environmental community has its questions. All of those should be answered before you move forward with the selling. It's just common sense, and so I just ask you to, again, remain involved, and it's so encouraging to see you come out here. This is the first step of being involved, is come out and get the information, and then go out and do your follow-up, and the information's out there. And we're going to continue to put it on our website, OregonDungeness.org. There's a Southern Oregon Ocean Resource Coalition source, SOORC.org. You can find a lot of information on both those sites and others. So just do your due diligence, and thank you for coming out.
Hi, good afternoon, or evening, I guess. My name is Susan Chambers. I'm here representing the West Coast Seafood Processors Association today. First, I want to thank Chair Mead and Commissioner Cribbins for setting this up. And it's great to see some of our local legislators here. And thank you, Senator Rowland, for leading this discussion. On the south coast of Oregon here, we have 3 companies operating 5 plants and 4 buying stations. The offshore call areas, as identified, will significantly affect those plants and buying stations. It's entirely likely that seafood deliveries to our south coast plants could be cut in half or more if the call areas do not shrink from the 1,811 square miles they currently occupy. Granted, Oregon's goal is a targeted 3 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. If that's truly the case, and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management recognizes that, these areas could be winnowed down sufficiently to accomplish that while also protecting most of our fisheries, but only if it's done correctly. Currently, some of those areas we have take a lot of whiting and a lot of stable fish fisheries. However, getting that message across to BOEM has been less than successful. Seafood processors are currently anchor businesses in coastal communities, providing loading and offloading services to fishing vessels, ice services to vessels, and hundreds of jobs for processing employees. As designed right now, there are too many questions. You know, some of the other speakers have talked to those, so I won't rehash those, but we really need to do the science first. We need to protect our fisheries. We need to protect our California current. And my last point is, this isn't really about clean energy. This is about big business. These wind turbines will not go in time to really affect the environment like these big businesses say. So some of these wind turbines, some of the companies are offshore companies. They're foreign companies. So our ratepayers, our taxpayers will be bearing the burden of those, while the profits will be going overseas. It's not all of them, but a good majority of them. So we need to ask these questions, and we need to protect our communities. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nathan Smith. I'm a commercial fisherman on Miss Birdie Avenue Port, and I was having a conversation with my father-in-law, and when energy was brought up, and he said, "It's your future," and that struck me pretty good because I've been doing this for 7 years now, and I have 2 young boys, and odds are they will probably follow in their father's footsteps. And I'm not opposed to wind energy. I'm opposed to the location of where it's going, and I think it will impact the offshore fleet for whiting, and I believe it'll impact the crappers and, well, honestly, it'll impact every fishery. And I guess what I'm getting at is they need to take into consideration of us instead of putting stuff in the back pocket, because they're gonna affect from here to here the whole way through. And sorry, I'm not super good at public speaking, but it's my livelihood, and I plan on doing this for the rest of my life. And if this happens in the areas that it's gonna happen, I won't be able to do that, and my kid won't be able to do that, and it'll kind of ruin everything. And that's all I have to say. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen Munson. I'm an environmental scientist and geographer, and I have a minor in geographic information sciences. When I heard about this project, I was also very concerned about the fisheries. And I was actually on the front lines of the BP Gulf oil spill. I was cleaning up after that. I was doing 12-hour overnight shifts looking for endangered species. And at that moment, I realized that when you go offshore, you have to make sure that you are looking at the different parameters that are going to affect not only the industry, but also the environment as well. I actually, through my research in alternative energies, I'm actually very supportive of this project, only if they work on doing ecosystem restoration for the fishermen and making sure that they are not impacting their fishing grounds negatively, but actually doing restoration projects that will actually increase their yields. But if their yields are not going to be increased in the project, I think that we should reconsider how we go about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogan, commissioners, and tribal members for putting this meeting together. I hope this meeting will be one of many, and I hope these discussions will happen often in the near future in every fishing community up and down the coast. My name is Justin Johnson. I'm a multi-generational commercial fisherman and one of 5 generations that live in Lincoln County. I have participated in many coastal fisheries since 1998. I have captained and managed a whiting boat for the last decade. Pacific hake or whiting is a fish caught and delivered to both offshore motherships and shoreside whiting processors. I have seen some reports showing the monetary value of some Oregon seafoods create. The dollars shrimp, crab, and blackcod generate are undeniable amount of revenue to the state. Whiting or hake does not track as well in dollar generation charts. But if you broke down the whiting fishery into meal portion sizes that even 8 ounces, it would produce over 50 million meals worldwide. Whiting supports countries and families that can't access or afford beef, chicken, or higher cost protein sources. Some of the grounds at risk in the call areas produce some of the best whiting fishing and are also low bycatch areas and located close to shore side processing, helping keep the fishermen safe and economically viable, especially in these times of outrageous fuel prices. Food security is equally as important as energy production. I would say even more important in our growing world population. I have children and recognize the need to create more renewable energy sources. With the right planning and research, maybe there's locations offshore, but we must slow the process and protect stakeholders on the coast. Commercial fishermen of Oregon are providing quality seafood for your families and the nation. Oregon seafood is sourced locally and served globally. I would say to Bone, you can't solve an energy supply issue by creating a food shortage. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Brenda Mead, and all the people who helped bring us together. And I'd like us all to set up a prayer for all the people who have different illnesses that are going up right now, as well as people that are in Ukraine. before we carry on, just for a minute, just say your own prayer to yourself. I'm here, my name is Julie Seastrom, and I'm here with the Coos, or Umpqua and Salusa tribe. And at our table is our chair, Brad Nieper. One of our other tribal members and tribal council, Teresa Spindler. One of our previous chair, Debbie Bosley. And Leanne Wander, our CTO. Well, we have been invited to participate in the BOEM process as one of the tribal people to be involved. They haven't really honored that invitation. We've been people who were listeners to different Zoom events. There hasn't been a formal consultation process going on with our tribe. And I don't believe there's been formal consultation process going on with any other tribes in Oregon, let alone the Oregon coast. BOEM is a federal agency and is required to consult with the tribes. There's no prior consultation or meaningful dialogue going on with them. They have worked with our staff, and we have worked with our staff and their natural resources. And we've put in comments, we've put in written comments, we've put in verbal comments. But nothing's coming back. One of the things that we're very concerned about is the impact that this project may have on the marine life, the whales and the salmon migrations, the eelgrass. The tribes along our coast, but all the way up to Alaska, rely on the salmon and the whale migration for survival. And something else that we're very concerned about is that our ancestors were in this territory for time immemorial. And when you're talking about putting down the cable down to the ocean floor, you could be disturbing our ancestors' villages. And we are concerned about the fact that we have not seen any what they call bores to find out if there's any villages down in the areas that they're potentially looking at for this lease project. And also when the cables go down to the ocean floor and come from the ocean floor to the land, there's all kind of disturbances that are going on in that, and all those electrical cables that are going to be disturbing all the fish that are down there. And the crabs can't figure out what to do with the electrical lines that are down there. They get all confused and they get focused on those lines and they don't know what they're supposed to do for their own selves. So we think that there's a lot more work that needs to be done with the communication from BOEM for the tribes. And we thank you so much for your time.
Evening, thanks for putting this on for us. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm Rex Leach. I'm a commercial fisherman here for 43 years, like Nick. And by the way, Nick, I think you need to run for Senator Congress. and maybe Heather needs to run for president. I don't know. Anyway, I'm a third generation fisherman. My sons are fourth generation fishermen, and I've been fishing these call areas for those 43 years. If these call areas remain the same size that they are now, it'll take up at least 70% of my fishing grounds, which will basically put me out of business. So I'm hoping to either shrink, go away, or move away the hell offshore, excuse my French. But we need help. I'm afraid this is going to be pushed through with no stopping. So somehow, hopefully the public will back us, or senators, congressmen will back us and put the brakes on this thing, the serious brakes. So I would hope that these oceans and these areas out here will be there for my sons, so that they can too purchase their houses and provide for their kids on the resources that we have out here. So thank you very much.
Senator Owen. Hello, everyone. My name is Elena Novak. I'm the Executive Director of the Oregon Child Commission. I would like to start first by thanking Commissioner Cribbins and Chair Mead for organizing this discussion, very important subject we're covering. Back to the OTC, Oregon Child Commission represents several child sector fisheries. Oregon pink shrimp. Could you step up to the mic? Yep. Is it better? There you go. Got it. Oregon pink shrimp fishery, which is the first shrimp fishery in the world to ever achieve MSC certification, Marine Stewardship Council, back in 2007. Quite an achievement. We also have Pacific whiting, midwater child gear sector, and it is the largest biomass and the healthy stock fishery we have on the West Coast, as well as the bottom trawl groundfish, participating in the West Coast groundfish fishery. The first, again, here's another fun fact for you guys. According to Marine Stewardship Council, when we first were certified in 2014, it was the most diverse and complex fishery in the world to ever achieve this certification. As we were recertified in 2019, we still hold that title. Sustainability is instrumental and critical in our fisheries. We learned it a long time ago, and we are proud of our accomplishment, of sacrifice was made, we persevered, and we do participate in some of the best managed fisheries in the world. You're right, Senator Rowland. Our management is exceptional, both state and federal fisheries. About the offshore wind energy, I'd like to touch a little bit on transparency and process. A lot of good comments already were made, so I don't want to repeat. Transparency seems to be a big issue, or is it even there? There is the lack of transparency in BOEM's processes. And I'm not referring to how Oregon Task Force per se operates. We all know how that operates, with the same presentation over and over from BOEM for couple times at least. There is a lack in transparency in decision making at BOEM. We don't know how they make the decisions, who makes the decisions, what metrics they use. As a matter of fact, according to the Pacific Fishery Management Council letter from last year, I recall where the statement was made that, as it turned out, there is no metric system, there is no scorecard, and BOEM was asked by the council to clarify how otherwise, if you don't have a scorecard or metric system, how do you come to those decisions? We're still unclear. There is the lack of transparency on the offshore wind developer side enabled by BOEM. This sector operates on what BOEM, or Department of Interior, calls performance standards, as opposed to regulatory standards. Fishing industry operates under the very strict rules, laws. There's no guidance, there's no advice or recommendation, best practice. There may be, but that's not part of how we are managed, how we are regulated. For example, on our roundfish vessels, we have 100% observer coverage paid by fishermen. Every vessel going out to sea with midwater trawl gear or bottom trawl gear, they carry either a federal observer, the human body, or equivalent electronic monitoring system, also paid by fishermen. Well, now for contrast, offshore wind, there is a lot of yet to be
I guess, clarified and determined. However, reading through the regulatory framework for them on BOEM's website, you see that there is self-reporting, that industry will rely on self-reporting. May, should, can are the words that BOEM uses in their regulatory requirements for offshore wind. If significant harm to environment occurs, then you have to report. What is significant harm to the environment? Who would determine that? Businesses? I'm not saying businesses are not reported, right? No, but it depends on the business, I guess. The list can go on and on. One important detail about the lack of transparency is, well, data and information. For example, mortality surveying. My understanding, after hours and hours, and I don't even know, hundreds of thousands of hours of research, mortality reports or surveying, so meaning in the equivalent with on land wind energy, that would be your bull eagles that have been killed in the recent scandal from NextEra. Some remarkable number of bull eagles that apparently were killed over the years. Well, the monitoring that happens to see, okay, what's killed, what's underneath, that's not a public data. So if it's not a public data, is there monitoring? If you and I and environmental community and whoever else cannot see that and state. So moving on, next one in transparency, costs. So Block Island experienced, that's the East Coast development, now owned by Ørsted. They experienced some challenges, I want to say last year, with transmission lines. The farm was not operational. By the way, it has been operational, but for unknown number of months, that farm was not doing anything. There's very little in the media. There's some local media covered it. But the reporter who was trying to find out more couldn't reach the company. They were unreachable. Supposedly they have an office in the US, but no one ever picked up the phone. In addition, the previous owner of Block Island farm, in regards to the transmission lines, they got uncovered and exposed, and from the weather and exposure to the elements, they got damaged. So our original cost, just the baseline cost with the previous owner, was $30 million. When Ørsted purchased it, they refused to disclose the actual cost, and they got away with it. The ratepayers, the community, are on the hook. Let's not forget that. And that industry somehow is allowed to conceal information like that. Well, I have a better one actually. In a couple days ago, article from Richmond Times Dispatch. This is about the Dominion Energy, about the offshore wind development of the coast of Virginia. The Virginia Attorney General is questioning the volume of redacted records filed at the State Corporation Commission related to the cost of Dominion Energy's proposed offshore wind farm. Think about it. It's a $9.2 or $9.8 billion development that the local ratepayers are on the hook for. And the costs are unknown. While the sector is comfortably relying on the annual national
Renewable Energy Laboratory under the Department of Energy and REL. They produce the generic reports with the long ranges of the, for example, there's a report for coastal communities in Oregon from a couple years ago. And there's a broad range provided of how much of the local content can be found. Based on that, basically, do we have a support industry? Do we have labor? Well, seafood industry, we have a big challenge with labor. And I'm sure it goes beyond the seafood industry. So number one, just simple question, where those people will come from, who will want to work. Number two, we don't have local content or supply chain. Some towns have just a couple of street lights. And do we want it otherwise? Okay. Moving on to the food security in the climate change scenario. What is really frustrating to me, for one of many things, is that there is no really, it's not the food, we are, fishing industry, is the producer of food. That doesn't seem to be part of the discussion. There's no question, fishermen's livelihoods are at stake. There's no question here. But it's beyond that. It's the food supply. Folks, seafood in Oregon is one of the largest protein producers. You and I and everyone, well, I'm generalizing, forgive me for that. We are so now used to click, click, get the food delivered, do whatever. It's so easy. It comes from all over the world. Well, that was the old time. Now we survived through pandemic, more or less. And we saw what happened to supply chain. I know my time is only ticking, I will wrap myself up. I've been notorious recently. So the Oregon State University is predicting the wildfires to continue raging in the area. And couple simultaneous droughts or massive wildfires in the agricultural producing regions will have impact on food. From what I read, the Willamette Valley is losing at least somewhere half of their crops for the grapes. So that happened just here recently with the last freeze. We are unfortunately losing our Christmas tree industry because of the temperature and all the climate change stuff. So when things will start getting a little shaky, like Colorado River is the lowest it's been, and that's our winter vegetables. Rely on that. Now the question there is, do we produce food or do we make an energy because they rely on them? So, okay, last 30 seconds. Thank you. Not to say two aquifers, the main ones in the US, one in the Great Plains and one in California. I don't remember the exact name. But if you look it up, you will see plenty of information about it, how not good it's looking. And that some of the farmers in California start actually foregoing planting rice, but rather using their water rights to help out their fellow farmers. I started looking at it, it's like, Jesus Christ. And we are relying on imports. Wild seafood does not need fertilizers. It does not need inputs. It does not need arable land. Nothing needs to be deforested. We hardly use water. It's used a little bit in the processing process. So think about it. Seafood industry makes the community resilient when the other major protein producer is cattle in Oregon. Well, good luck trying to eat cattle. It's shipped elsewhere for processing. And then how often do you see Oregon beef in the store? I hardly see it. Well, we are here, we've been here for a long time, the fishing industry, I mean, and we do intend to stay. And we so much appreciate this community for allowing this productive discussion and dialogue and allowing us to have a voice. Thank you. By Coos History Museum at 6.
That's a hard act to follow. I'm Christine Moffett. I'm a fisheries biologist. It's wonderful to be surrounded by all of these fishing communities. And I just want to capstone a few things that come to my mind and because I also study fisheries history and natural resource history. I think we have some very serious philosophical questions that are being raised in the community today that surrounds us in this meeting. And thank you to everyone that helped organize this. I am very appreciative to the opportunity. Just a little thought about common resources. We are talking about the fisheries community that uses the common resources, a public resource. And also being here on tribal grounds with the Confederated Coos as well as the our wonderful Coquille tribe. You look at the history of their common resources that were taken by the white community that settled this area and declared the value of that for themselves. I see so many similarities to that saga here. We are taking a common resource out in the ocean and we are declaring it value. We are asking people to pay for it, and then we are moving it into a private enterprise. That philosophical picture I really urge you to think about, because this is the last of the frontiers to be privatized. And I urge everyone here to really seriously consider where we are and how would reparations be made for that kind of a movement. Thank you very much.
Talk about tough acts to follow. My name is Mike Graybill. I live in Charleston and have done so for all of my adult life. I'd like to reinforce 3 points that previous speakers have made and raise one additional point that hasn't been made thus far. Previous speakers have talked about the richness of the upwelling ecosystem. I would just like to reinforce that the upwelling ecosystem is a wind-powered ecosystem. When wind blows, it moves water, and when water moves, we get a process known as upwelling or downwelling. So the wind is the force that makes this ocean productive. So I think in the simplest of terms, you could say that wind equals fish. And if you look at the BOEM call areas, BOEM is interested in wind as a source of energy that can be converted to electricity. That very same wind is the source of energy that moves the ocean water and produces the fish. So when you see where these call areas are placed, they're placed in the windiest areas. They're also placed in the fishiest areas. And my heart goes out to the black cod fishermen in my community and the hake fishermen in this community, because if you wanted to say where black cod and hake fishing takes place, you can just look at BOEM's call areas. So this idea of coming to a peaceable compromise is a challenge in my mind, simply because the wind that is making the fish that is sustaining our communities is the wind that the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management is proposing to offer for lease so that it could be mined and converted for energy. So the downwind turbulence that's discussed, how the water is stirred, is the basis of the entire productivity of our ocean. That's point one. The other people have raised a point about the costs. And when it comes to cost, my research has boiled down to what I call the 2-4-6 of renewable energy. Right now, using these narrow studies that have the National Renewable Energy Laboratory studies that have been referenced, the best estimates that a US government agency that does objective work, it may be dated because the industry is changing so quickly, has identified that floating wind is 2 times more expensive than the wind that's attached to the bottom of the ocean. So most of the wind energy that's taking place offshore right now is in shallow water areas where the foundations of the turbines are fixed to the bottom. Floating wind is twice as expensive as fixed bottom wind. It's 4 times more expensive than land-based wind, and it's 6 times more expensive than solar panels, photovoltaic panels. So it's the 2-4-6 of wind energy. The other thing I can point to is that we have different types of renewable energy, and let's just pick wind. I've identified 3 kinds of wind: the floating type, the type that's in the ocean that's attached to the bottom, and the type that we're most familiar with that's on land. Those different technologies have different impacts for the existing uses. If you look up the Columbia Gorge at those wind farms that are up there that are producing a great deal of electricity and a great deal of energy, they can co-locate with agriculture. And in fact, they can augment the income of the farmer who owns that land. That is not the case for floating offshore wind. The only thing that floating offshore wind can do is displace the existing activity. So that's point 2. The next point then is one that hasn't been raised, but it's an important technical issue that deals with the maritime industry. And floating wind turbines in the ocean environment become radar targets for navigational radar. And the National Academy of Sciences, our preeminent US government research agency, has just completed a study that has identified that wind turbines, these rotating turbines that are taller than the towers of the Golden Gate Bridge, create massive radar targets for a vessel that's transiting through the area. And it masks smaller radar targets like other boats. This has huge consequences for the use of the ocean, both for fishing and non-fishing use of the ocean. It impairs navigation and safety at sea, because radar is a primary device of navigation safety. It also impairs search and rescue efforts who use radar for searching for vessels in distress, what have you. The final thing about the navigation hazards is that there is actually the physical hazard of this equipment that's now proposed to be placed in an ocean that was otherwise empty prior to that. So now we have these physical objects in the ocean and in the water column where none previously existed. There's been lots of offshore fixed bottom wind energy taking place in the North Sea. Germany and the United Kingdom have invested heavily. There's a great deal of experience, decades of experience there, and many lessons learned from that. And more recently, earlier in April, a Dutch vessel that was transiting the North Sea lost its rudder and drifted into a wind farm. Unfortunately, no one was injured, but it ran into one of the foundations that was attached to the bottom before the tower was installed. It wrecked that foundation. The vessel was rescued. Now the Danish government is involved in a research program to create floating guardrails around the perimeter of the wind farm. So not only are we talking about privatizing the living resources of the ocean, which is of primary concern, we're talking about privatizing the ocean surface that is one of these commons. And I think we need to give some deep consideration to that as we embark on this decision-making process.
Ken Polker, I live here in Coos Bay. I want to talk a little bit about solar energy. I've had solar on my roof since 2011. I save an average of 30% off my bill, more like 40% in the summertime when we have more sunny days. And it's about 25 or so percent in the winter time. And another point is, why can't they put wind farms on land? Why don't they put solar panels underneath those? That way you're generating electricity in two ways. And instead of spending billions of dollars on the offshore wind, why don't they give people an incentive to put solar on their roofs? I don't know how many houses here have solar, but I would say it's less than 10%. To me, it should be more like 50 or 60% of houses that have solar. You're going to achieve more savings. You're going to generate power in two ways, by the wind and by the sun. And that's my point. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cece Metz, and I'm not a scientist, and I'm not a fisherman. I'm not a politician or a teacher. I'm just an old married broad that lives on the coast here and happens to love it. I want to talk about I want to talk about something just slightly from a different angle that is more about the process as we go forward. We're just starting now. It is very obvious that everybody in this room and a lot of people that aren't in this room care a great deal about the coast, care about the water, care about the livelihoods that are going on, and that it matters. And we don't want to do it wrong. I think we know in our hearts and our minds that things have to change. You know, progress or movement forward happens with or without our approval. It's just the way it is. And there's several dynamics. There's the dynamics of a lot of us in this room are over the age of 50, and there's younger generations coming up. And we need to listen to them, and we need to think about them and what they want, because folks, the rest of us are going to be gone before too long, whether we like it or not. And we need to make sure that just like people before us passed on things to us, that we are wisely passing on things to the future generations. So we really need to listen to what they want. The other thing is, there were a lot of challenges, and there's a lot of pull and tug back and forth. And if we're going to be successful, in some ways we have to think of it like a marriage. So most of you who have been in successful relationships or marriages have learned that success comes from not my way or the highway, but finding a way to be creative and putting up with our spouses on both sides that drive us at the nuts, and we want to bail, and we're angry, and we're emotional. But I think most of us, if we calm down, realize that very few of us in our lives have made good, wise decisions when we are emotional and angry and in pain. It blinds us to being calm and thinking about what's best for everyone. This can't be a my way or the highway. We're not going to survive it. It has to be a recognition of, let's get smart Let's not get emotional and angry. We've seen in this country what happens when we get emotional and angry. Let's get smart. There's a hell of a lot of intelligence in this room and out there. Let's not be proud. Let's not be vain. Let's think there are a lot of creative ideas. Let's get creative. Let's share with each other. Let's look outside of our boundaries, like the gentleman before me. Let's look all over the world. Let's not look down our noses at ideas that could be useful if we work together to make this work. So from the old broad, I say, I like the fact that we're being succinct and clear about things that matter to us, but let's also keep our hearts and our minds open and look for solutions instead of only focusing on the things we're upset about and we don't want to have change. Thanks.
Number three.
I want to add for the overall, the word you were looking for was compromise. And you're right. We need to be prepared for compromise, but we need to be smart about our compromise.
Yes.
That's the key that she's trying to give out, and I agree 100%. Okay, my third point has to do with infrastructure. A lot of you may not know that over the last few years, we've had the wind farms up north, we've got the solar farms, we've got the gas electric plants, we've got the coal plants, and we got the dams. When you have a good spring and the dams are producing electricity at their top rates, our infrastructure in the state of Oregon, California, and Washington cannot handle everybody producing at the same time. They don't shut the dams down. They don't shut the power plants down. And they don't shut down nuclear or coal fire. They shut down the solar farms and they shut down the wind farms. So in one side of the mouth, we're saying, hey, we're going to go green, we're going to be energy efficient, we're going to go with most environmentally friendly power. But wait a minute. We don't have enough infrastructure for that during part of the year. So during that part of the year, we'll shut the nuclear power plant down for maintenance. Well, we gotta do that yearly. But we're also going to shut down the solar and wind and leave the others running. We put wind farm off the coast. We got that issue. Do we have enough infrastructure? Because that power has to go somewhere. It either goes north, goes south, it goes east, or it just goes into the air. Unless we put batteries in. To date, batteries are just starting to become effective and cost effective for these large type of farms. Tesla is one of the main producers of those batteries. The problem is the cost of those batteries, while they're becoming cost effective, if you're talking 30 gigawatt or 30 gigawatts of wind power, what are you looking at for batteries? What you can't store in the batteries has to go somewhere. Does our current infrastructure actually support that? The answer is no, because we're already at the point of shutting down wind and solar farms in the spring, because there isn't the infrastructure to handle it. So we want to put 30, well, honestly, we're going to make some room because we're shutting down dams. We're taking down dams. So there'll be a little bit of room there. But at the same time, look at the age of our current infrastructure. It's not young. We're having fires, we're having different transmission lines break. Winter time, we got during year round, we got problem with wind knocking trees into it. And yet we're talking adding another 30 gigawatts. It doesn't compute. You don't have enough infrastructure now, but you want to add a whole bunch more power. How? Why? What's it gonna cost? It's like the container port here in Coos Bay. We got a great place for it. But how are we going to get the containers to where they need to go? Well, we got the rail line. It's a great idea. But what's it gonna cost to bring the rail line up to capable of handling 1 million containers a year? You got to add more rail. You've got to add heavier rail. You've got tunnels to deal with. That hasn't been really addressed in a cost manner. And now we're talking a wind farm off the coast. You're talking how many miles of cable. You're talking about where it comes to shore. You're talking how it is either stored or it goes into our current infrastructure, which can't handle it. These all need to be looked at. These all need to be addressed now. Before we start leasing land out and say we're building this building, that's it. So we got the recycling issue, we've got the wind issue, and we've got the infrastructure issue. All three of those, from what I'm seeing today, are not being properly addressed. Not properly addressed where you have two different federal organizations. One says there's enough wind, the other says there isn't enough wind. Who's right, who's wrong? Belton says they're right, Noah says they're wrong. So which is it? We're pushing this way too fast and we're not looking at all the details that need to be looked at ahead of time. And that's my final point. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may remember me from a little while ago. Steve Godin, Oregon Coast Times. What I should have mentioned was that all of the meetings that I mentioned earlier will be posted on Facebook for those that use Facebook. Just do a search on Oregon Coast Anglers and that will pop. And then also OregonCoastAnglers.com. So I'll post all the information on those two locations and any other information that I've gathered from this wonderful meeting that we're having regarding other opportunities to speak out. And I, for one person, by the way, I think Oregon's already paid its dues. We put all those dams in on the Columbia River. We produce over 40% of all the hydroelectric energy in the whole United States right here in Oregon. And we paid for it because we don't have the salmon runs that we used to have. We don't have 100-pound salmon running up the Columbia River anymore. You're lucky if you can catch one that weighs 12 pounds, and it better be fin flip. So we have paid. Let's not pay anymore. Thank you.
When I was in the legislature, it was a new organization got started. They were probably the fastest growing organization that I've ever seen. So good job for all the stuff that they do.
Thank you.
Well, thank you to the local leaders and Senator Roland for organizing and facilitating today's listening session that serves as an opportunity to share feedbacks and concerns regarding the upcoming proposals on floating offshore wind development along the South Coast. My name is Ashley Odnicki, and I'm an organizer with Row Climate, a climate justice organization that has offices in Southern Oregon and in Coos Bay that works with communities most impacted by climate change to organize for clean energy, sustainable development, and a healthy environment. Row Climate has been meeting with community members on the South Coast, tracking and participating in the development process, and connecting with values-aligned organizations who are navigating offshore wind in their own communities across this country. We are in the process of developing offshore wind priorities that are defined by community members and key stakeholders to ensure that this development benefits South Coast communities and mitigates potential harm. Offshore wind could be an important part of ending our reliance on fossil fuels and meeting Oregon's goal to transition to 100% clean energy by 2040, as committed by last year's House Bill HB 2021. At this same time, it matters how this development is done to maximize the benefits and reduce potential harm to cultural and ecological resources on the South Coast. And I'm not going to go through all the details because a lot of them have been covered so far today by all these amazing commenters here. But just a few I want to highlight is, will South Coast communities face the impacts, but not the benefits of offshore wind development? The South Coast has a long history of extractive industrial development where natural resources are utilized to benefit large corporations instead of creating long-term benefits for South Coast communities. When developing renewable energy projects, developers and community stakeholders can negotiate community benefit agreements in order to ensure community benefits are maximized and harms are minimized. Another question that keeps on popping up for us is, will offshore wind development make the South Coast energy resilient? Currently, the South Coast relies on energy that is generated and transmitted from other parts of Oregon. The energy transmission infrastructure to the South Coast is extremely limited, which makes our energy system quite vulnerable to natural disasters and coastal hazards. Investments that go into offshore wind off the coast must also deepen our energy resilience in South Coast community. That can be through energy storage, community ownership, microgrids, local electric co-ops, and so much. A really big concern and question is, will there be undue harm to cultural and ecological resources such as the Coos Bay Estuary? The impact to the Coos Bay Estuary will depend on the scale and scope of proposed offshore wind development. It'll be key that tribes, fishing industry, environmental justice advocates, and more are at the table throughout this process to ensure harm is minimized and benefits are maximized. Like developing renewable energy, protecting the Coos Bay Estuary is a critical solution to climate change. Estuaries are powerful carbon sinks, as referenced earlier, and store carbon at faster rates than forests. Additionally, the bay has been the homelands of South Coast tribes, including the Hanas and Mailukus people since time immemorial. This ecosystem is also the breeding ground for the fish and shellfish that support many families on the South Coast. And developing the Port of Coos Bay to be a hub for offshore wind development could lead to more dredging, which has long-term negative impacts on this important ecosystem. And there's another list of questions, but just to help save time, I'll save those for other comment opportunities. And just really appreciate this opportunity for community members, organizations, stakeholders to be part of this conversation on offshore wind. Deep community engagement in this process is critical to ensuring that any offshore wind development has positive impact, not just on Oregon's electric grid and clean energy goals, but also on our South Coast communities and tribes too. In order for offshore wind to be a true climate justice solution, there must be strong labor provisions, including local hiring, protections for the Coos Bay Estuary and other essential habitats, and more. So Road Climate will continue to listen and organize with community members through a series of listening sessions, which I don't have the dates for quite yet, but I do have a clipboard that you can sign up on to give more input as we're looking to see what are priorities in our community for this offshore wind development. So thank you again, and look forward to working together.
What a great event. This is wonderful to be able to stand with so many people with a heart for what's going on here. And I want to stand for the base of my fishing family. And my heart's attached, so I'm a little bit shaky and a little bit, well, my heart attached to the world emotion. So first of all, I'm honored to stand with all the fishermen and fishing families that are in this room. I'm Kelly Redford, and we own and operate 4 fishing vessels out in Newport. Me and my husband have been in the fishing industry for 40 years, where we've raised our 4 children, which have also grown up, got married, and have children, which also are in the industry and own the boats alongside us. So as I stand today, I'm standing on behalf of fishing industry, but also a family. You know, the boats on the water are just not boats on the water. they're family on the water. So as I stand here, I want you to know and put a face with those boats. There's a lot of us in the room that have family that go to and fro all the time on this ocean. And it's a hard place, it's a hard industry, it's a hard lifestyle. But it's a lifestyle that brings in, well, we've talked about it, it brings in the food for many. It brings money into the communities, it also brings not just into the fish plants and the local stores. We're talking that it goes clear to the Little League baseball teams that the fishing boats sponsor. So this is not just a boat on the water and a place that they're taking from us. This is a lifestyle, this is a community. From whether you're on a boat or at a cannery, we're family. Whether you're representing the hake fleet or the shrimp fleet, we're a family. Whether we're from Coos Bay or Newport, we're that family. So as we stand here together and represent a lifestyle, I just wanted to be a face, I guess, a face that says we're real people. We've watched the good, we've watched the bad. We've lost people on the ocean trying to bring product in. We've struggled. If you guys could only know the hours that are put in by these fishermen and there's these fishermen's families, the sacrifices that happen, it's beyond measure. And so once again, we're not just a boat, we're a face. And so I just want everybody to know that as they stand here, we are not just the face of yesterday and now, but I pray that my children and my grandchildren will be the face of the future as we stand and watch this process and see hopefully the victory that they won't take our call area, our area that they're wanting to take, because that area is an area that my family has fished for many years and hopefully will continue. So thank you for everybody that had a voice in this day, and thank you. I look around the room and I'm just honored to stand in your presence and that so many people are willing to stand and fight. But this isn't just for the now, it's for the future. So thank you.
Good evening, Senator Rowland, and thank you very much, Chair Mead, for hosting this. Clearly, this needs to happen. My name is Shannon Souza, and like Mike Graybill, I too have spent my entire adult life here. I came here 28 years ago on an 18-month assignment and fell in love with the place and have raised my children, helped in our school system, started nonprofits, and practiced sustainability. Sustainability consultant and contractor, which has allowed me the benefit and privilege of working with both Senator Rowland and Commissioner Crivens through the Coos Bay Northland Water Board, where we collaborated with landowners and impacted folks on the restoration and preservation of miles as a critical habitat, including salmon streams, and most important to this conversation that I believe are fragile coastal wetland ecosystems. I was invited, though, to investigate this strange new technology that is rapidly evolving and emerging globally. Right now, there are about 100 gigawatts in the pipeline ahead of us, ahead of Oregon. Because of my last 15 years in focus of renewable energy, for the last 5 years, I represented Oregon's Solar and Storage Industry Association in our energy proceedings. I've also represented the professional engineers in Oregon on Governor Brown's resilience task force, specifically talking about energy resilience. Because in this state, as you know, we are out at the very end of a long line. Our energy, unfortunately, actually isn't mostly imported from inside Oregon, it's imported from our neighbors. A lot of that has come through very inexpensive power to our publicly owned communities, power situations from BPA, from the Columbia and Snake system, which is now very stressed with climate change. And I believe rightfully that we are thinking about taking those dams out of the lower Snake. So I was invited to investigate what is this technology, what would it mean to our community, and who is BOEM, by the way. So we started doing that with a series of public forums like this about 2.5 years ago, and just sharing what little we knew, how much we knew, and making connections. As a result of that, a new nonprofit, Ocean, has founded, coalescing around furthering this inquiry. Those of us that are active as volunteers in Ocean are motivated by different reasons. For me, my reason is that by the benefit of the service that I have done, I've been allowed into a crow's nest, if you will, in the energy sector, not just for our local communities that suffer from lower reliability right now and are projected to suffer from much lower reliability. Our population base is a very low population basis, so not a high priority when it comes to resource inadequacy when the entire West Coast doesn't have enough resources. I've been a part of those conversations specifically on behalf of our community coastal energy resilience, as well as the technologies of solar and storage. We are projected to see about 20% population growth in the Pacific Northwest. That was before COVID had everyone take off and come check us out, and now we've been discovered. We are decarbonizing our transportation sector. That happens two ways. You electrify or you use a clean fuel. Those clean fuels also require clean electricity. Our demands for the West Coast that many say are actually understated are for 350 gigawatts of new power. That number wouldn't mean anything to me if I didn't do what I do every day. But it's over double what we now have in renewable energy. In terms of our transmission systems and what we can handle, you are right. We haven't updated our infrastructure for the last 100 years, and we definitely need to do so. We're in the process of doing that now. So we need to be thinking 100 years into the future. What will it look like? And how can our coastal communities in Oregon in general flip the switch on, instead of being not self-reliant and independent, which we are in so many other ways, but self-reliant, independent, and defining our own future. So that is what has compelled me. I have grave concerns about resource inadequacy, which is what we see in terms of rolling blackouts, which we will see more and more and more of. Some of them are controllable and some of them are controllable. The other reason that I was really interested in this conversation is because one of the reasons that I stayed not 18 months, but 28 years, is that I love our communities. We have talked and heard a lot about many of the very, very valid attributes of our sustainable coastal fisheries, but we haven't heard about their investments and the way that they define our communities. It is essential that we protect and preserve and even strengthen our coastal community fisheries. The reason that I continue to delve down this path is because I do see a path forward. I do see a path forward that we can coexist by design, but it does need transparency. It needs open collaboration. It needs input on the processes and how those processes are unfolded. I have certainly been making lots of mistakes lately and taking notes on how to do a better job there. But I did want to comment on just some of the things. We're really interested in making sure that the facts are available. Ocean has listening to those who are interested and have been engaged with us in the past, and then going out and trying to find the answers to some of these questions. One of the concerns was that none of the energy would benefit us. That's not so. In fact, Representative Brock Smith and I, when we were addressing and considering the passage of HB 3375, specifically picked the 3 gigawatt number designed to match up with Oregon's existing electrical infrastructure. And to get to the other question about when we have too many renewables and we have to shut them off, electrolysis, making clean renewable hydrogen so that we can have a coastal microgrid that is self-reliant. One of the other benefits that we have realized, one of the things Ocean has been doing through this process is leaning in and asking the questions that we're hearing out there and asking BOEM to please fund those who can answer those questions, which they have been doing, electrically speaking, through our national labs. What we know about the grid value of Oregon's offshore wind is that it would directly benefit our coastal communities by increasing our reliability. We can absolutely design for grid resilience, but we need to speak up about that and design for it. And it releases power flows. Right now, we suck all of our power from the east. Think of it as congestion on the highway. If you take, everybody's moving in the same direction at rush hour, what if you split that and they're moving different ways? Same thing happens. So we get more longevity out of what we have now and whatever we're going to build in the future. We too have been concerned about the traditional process, which is that an EIS happens at the very end of the process when things are pretty well baked, and really interested in leaning in now and applaud this opportunity for folks to express their priorities. And to that end, I encourage you to think about lease provisions. What we know about BOEM's process is that they have the option and are very interested in that option for going to bid with lease provisions that reflect the priorities of the state off of which they are developing. So this is the beginning, I hope, of a long and fruitful conversation that this state could and very much should be taking to push up sleeves and consider what that might look like if we can coexist and protect our sustainable seafood industry and protect our fishing communities, even strengthen our fishing communities, and have clean, reliable power and a diversified economy on the coast. So I thank you for your time.
So I'm not seeing anybody else. Is there more that want to speak? We have been going on for a couple hours, and I want to personally thank people. I want to thank Shannon for coming up. I want to thank when I was in the legislature, was one of those people who kept in touch with us. And then it sounds like she's kept in touch with Brock and others to keep us informed. And I encourage each and every one of you to look into stuff that's been discussed today. She mentioned it just now. The whole idea of hydrogen, if you think about ammonia, the compound that is ammonia, it is a storage vessel for hydrogen that can be burned, and they're looking at doing a lot of different things with that. Study the stuff that's happening out there, get to know it better, but I actually really do believe that there is a solution someplace. I don't know what it is yet. I certainly haven't seen it, but there's a lot of ocean, and there are. When Newport started looking at the Oregon State University putting in a wave energy site, there was a real upheaval. And we were talking about it down here off Reachport, a big issue with the fleet. And yet, at the end of the day, they found a place off Newport where they could actually put a test site. And that was because there was a group of people who sat down and continued to talk. They included fishermen and the people who were up there. So what I want to say is that this has been a really amazing conversation for me. And the thing that is impressive to me in all of this is something I learned a long time ago when I was a high school principal here at Marshfield. And that is, if you really allow the conversation to take place and you really listen to each other, things will emerge. And almost every idea that I had thought about that before I came here about what needs to be discussed came up today. And why did it come up? Because people felt they were going to be listened to and that they would be respected for getting up and talking. And I want to thank all of the people in this room for allowing that to happen. It was impressive. Now, it happened on a special day for me, and I really want to acknowledge that. Some people know if they've been to my office at the Capitol. I had a very large Star Wars. And I've got BB-8 on my top. And today is May the 4th be with you. So just so as we get ready to leave, may the 4th be with all of you for sharing your time with us, being part of this process. And remember, today was the beginning of the process, and it was a beginning that came early because of the tribes, the county commissioners. They were listening to people and realizing this, we need to get ahead of this. I know Brock Smith was a part of that signal system that said, we've got to get ahead of this. But we need to start listening early and often. We need to get information so that we can get it to the people who need to have it. And hopefully we can change the process. I know that one person said that I was pessimistic with respect to bone changing their process. That's probably true, and I'm a very optimistic person generally. But if we can change the process, it would be good for everybody, in my opinion, and we would get better answers and better solutions at the end of the day. But if you don't stay engaged, it will happen to you. And the other thing that I will always say that has been true to my life is that if you have decided that, it's just too much, I'm not going to get involved. When they set the table, you're either going to be a partner of the table or you're going to be the meal. So be careful what you wish for, because it's going to happen one way or the other. And I want us to be full members in getting the right thing to happen, because I will tell you clearly, having gone up and down the coast for the last 16 years and getting to meet people, we have an amazing array of industries and people connected in particular to the fishing fleet. I will tell you that there's a little lady in Newport who has an industry that makes nets. And if you have never gone down to her office and seen her place, the shrimp industry and the other industries that are out there catch little teeny shrimp in large nets. And you wonder, why isn't there a lot of bycatch? Because that was the reason they got certified. They don't catch a lot of bycatch. As they're pulling their nets, the fish swim out, and the bed of the net catches the shrimp. And this little lady and the fishing industry worked out ways to get side channels for the big fish to go out. There's films of it. They also found out that putting blue lights around the deal attracts certain, and it attracts others. So they have lighted nets. When you make a net for the hake fruit that's out there that they were talking about today, with the 30-some boats that are out there, having been on that boat, and when he told me when we get our nets fully developed, they could take in the whole bridge over the bay at Newport in the mouth of that net. I mean, we're talking about amazing technology that's being developed that allows for us to have sustainable industry on the Oregon coast like no place else in the world. So I do want to say, we need to figure out how do we keep what we're doing really, really well if we're going to exploit any of these other kinds of things. Ma'am, did you want to say?
Well, Arnie, I was gonna say, I agree with everything that you're saying, but everybody here except Shannon voiced serious concern.
Oh, absolutely.
And you reflected back to Shannon.
I'm sorry.
Her points, but you did not acknowledge all of our people.
Thanks for that. I was trying to get to that through some of the other things I was just saying, acknowledging all of that. And I will acknowledge all of the comments because I agree with them. I mean, I absolutely agree. And I just want to say that all of us have to listen to each other. And I thank you for pointing that out if you felt that way, because I have felt clearly that what was being said was being listened to entirely. So thank you for that. And I don't mind being faulted if I am, so thank you. Any other comments before we get ready to go? Again, you want to say anything from the guys' perspective? Come on up, and may the 4th be with you as well.
Okay, let's give Arnie a round of applause. the Hopewell Tribe for being willing to keep us all rounded up and allowing everyone to have a voice. It was a good evening. Thank you so much
Thank you.
for your support. And your
Thank
I wasn't sure what was going to come of our meeting tonight. And I think many of our staff said, what do you expect to happen tonight? And I said, I hope that our community comes out and is willing to share their concerns, talk about those hopes and dreams for our community, and to respect each other with those things that are impacting their families and our community. And I just want to say it was beautiful for me. Thank you so much. Many of my questions that I asked were talked about tonight, and I just appreciate it so much that you were willing to share, come out here and stand at a microphone and share your family's story or your business or how it affects our kids and grandkids. And thank you to my tribal council members that are here tonight. Thank you for your support on this meeting tonight. I just do want to recognize our tribal membership that's here tonight. Thank you so much for all you do out there on those waters, and for Cocoa people that have been here since time began. We have to consider the impacts of our community for the next 7 generations. This is a small snapshot, and we have to think about how it is going to benefit our community, not impact our community. So I believe we can have it all. And these are the conversations that have to happen to recognize what we might be losing or what we need to gain, one of the two. But I have more questions, but I just made some very interesting connections with faces to names, and I look forward to more discussions. This is just the beginning, I hope, and we'll be hopefully here again next week. And we'll continue talking throughout our community. So stay in touch with each other, okay? Safe travels. I just want to mention, Kislar Plus I use love folks. Thanks for some of the slides here. This is what we're talking about and beyond, and just can't forget what we're handing our kids and grandkids. So safe travels. Don't leave any of those cookies because I don't want any of those cookies. And thank you to our elected officials that are still here. Thank you, everyone that stayed for the entire time. And I told you I was going to get you out here at 6, so we went a little over, but thank you. And thanks for spending some time in our house tonight. We'll do it again. Okay. Sorry, I wanted to, but I also.
I need to get down and Charles. For sure. Well, like I said, Charleston is now my district.
Tricks, man. I should just be your right here. And then you just speak it. I know I started. Well, maybe, like, whatever you need, you know, I'm just gonna like tag along. Oh, yeah. There've been so many projects, yeah, I can't tell you for sure.
That's right.
Thank you. I'll have You're a high school student. Almost 60. Oh, wait, that's
I gave mine to Susan to videotape me, and I wrote down, here's my password. Oh, that's Elena. Saves a lot of time.
Okay, so this is Heather. I got Heather. Yeah, I got Heather. What? I think you got a bowl. What?
So like a mail video, I text, anything over that?
I texted her.
So that all right? You need to change to 737.
Mike, where was the truck?
Just me, my wife was born, or you have more. Well done.
Did you drop my ice?
Is the legislature has prioritized, in my, we might disagree on this, but the legislature prioritized in the role. And so they set a goal.
Because I don't understand much, but I have a goal that I can stand here tonight, but I got that line, no, don't be sorry, I appreciate the information, I'll reach out to the board. Do you have a question? Okay, what's your title again? Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, I already got that.
farmer rather than be able to. Be able to put a solar array. It's the easiest thing to transition into the land, right? You know, and so rather than looking at farmer development, if their kid can't come back and build a house on a 1,000-acre farm, take a quarter acre and go to their house. And so. That's the way that I see, the way that I see this, is I see what they've done, is a situation where you have industry coming in, this train has left the station, and none of it, with my help. Oh my God, this is the misinformation that you're telling people that is upsetting. My bill. There has been.
What do you think calling it? Like, so I've been trying to educate them, and you go around and start coordinating the fishing industry. That's a lie. Oh, I am talking to Andy, Andy said, I've got one time, and then you started talking, bro, that, as if you were,
I want to go back to my bill was to give you and your fishers.
So why didn't you give me a chance to speak? I was signed up for it, let her speak first, and then Bill at the hearing for 3 reasons. And then you like, and then nobody called out.
I don't, you mean the planning bill and the legislative bill? Because I don't control who speaks and when.
Really?
I'm not the chair of the committee.
So,
I was on there 2.5 hours to watch all this, right? I did watch you, I did watch Bill, and then Linda chimed in at the end, and all the time, and she waited for 2.5 hours. You know? I want to go back to the fact that my planning bill is all about being able to permit your stakeholders, your fishermen, your processors, to tell Odo what you need. And that's the whole purpose of it, so that I have the ability to advocate for you on a higher level. What I said was, I'm trying to get $150,000 out of the state so that I can have a facilitator. I need a facilitator to have these conversations. If it's not Shannon, then it's business Oregon. That's why we did this here. Well, that's what I. So that is why we're here, is because I had a conversation with Melissa, who Josh Bedford, who said, and I'm like, I don't know anybody else. I don't have any money. I told her that I would be out of my campaign account, my bill, right? And her bill. That's why we're having a conversation with open. And there are places that we heard in the state planning process. You know, part of this is what is going to start out.
Can I say something? So, my other main question is, oh, is in that's how it is with your health, in a way. Well, we have been talking about it for years. You said that how did we get there? East Coast Drive, and it's like regular drive. different impact with that type of engagement with the park. But our actual task force members don't even have a voice there.
So naive. That is so naive. You are selling us out. So these positions are so naive. How do you get value?
I don't know. I want to make sure that the pass forward, still make sure that we're all pushing back, not putting these areas where it's an impact.
That's not gonna happen, David. Those two hall areas are fished, like any fire. But how is that gonna happen?
We've been asking for investigating.
We have shown them, we have told them multiple times. We showed timelines.
At some point, it's gonna have to get political, right? At some point, they could get political with regards to Senator White, Senator Murphy, having to put back, is the Biden. Right, and pushing back, so I can see if they can move that, as the governor, like the president. And so, for me, it's all hands on deck to push that narrative, moving forward, do no harm to our industries, do no harm to our ecosystem.
Yeah, they can speak. And they're speaking.
All of it. I would be at it, and water,
That's the only.
and those don't have a place here.
So if I have a office out there, like you. So I've just been trying to help get the property.
You need to take, if you want to be collaborative. I don't believe you. I do not believe you. That's fine, that's your opinion. You can't put us on a panel with Kevin Baxter, who lied to us, straight to our face. You don't know the history of what we're dealing with. She should, she claims she does.
Kevin Bannister, all the source, like, the whole process. Like, you found the right, figure out that all of north and south, east and west, that didn't matter. Shut down for our project. No, that would have been out.
We ought to work with him. And I believe it. And if you were to figure out, she's acting as if she's your nominee.
She's not an organization that claims that she's here to make the peaceful resolution truly win. And she's got her predictions, governor's resilience, whatever, what happened. So people do listen, and it's infuriating. It's lobbying, it's a low profit lobbying, and things that aren't there.
Maybe you have some. Because it doesn't mean that it's required. It's not that I'm trying to, it's not, I'm not trying to push ahead at all. I'm trying to say that in a federal process that screwed over on the East Coast, that you have told me that even US, state senators, US senators, New Hampshire chime in and give them a bird, right? And so I'm trying, I guess, in my mind, trying to keep industry and the Shannon folks, you know, together so that we can have one voice.
But we're all gonna make Shannon's voice. Exactly want to do that. Like, we need to have. I cannot find 100%. I'm sorry, I know that you I tried to go and I want to move forward. But if she's involved, she needs to have a
I would like to see prior to Shannon doesn't need to be there. And Shannon knows, we've had the conversation. But I have the lady at this point, like, okay.
Chase, I asked basically the same thing. I think that you're on the right track, because I've talked to you about this bigger process. The other thing is the plan at the end of this, right? But still, at the end of the day, the only one, the only chance we have, is our congressional delegation to apply for it. And I talked to them both, the Fazio or Dan Whalen, is get back to so far this week. Those are our two chances to get together.
After next Wednesday, draft a letter for the coastal office. I wanted to do this here before next week. And then I'll come up to do that, we'll do one, do four, and then I'll go down, we'll do it. And try to. Because of what you're doing. These guys are. I don't know what they're saying. I want to think. Let's do it. If we can kill it, rock star, if we can kill it, Ever, you show me the path on how I can kill this one. First, you have to find out what the facts are. You have to get with guys like Mike. No, I'm not a scientist. You know, yes, we do. We listen. I think we're on the right track. Right now, we're actually spending time out. We still get our fish. Part of it.
Hey, oh, she lays it up, yeah, 30, governor said this is priority support. And then we get a lot of those comments. Like, shut down, doing that. For the agency. And then after that, leading up to that, we'll set up these hearings, new forecast for every. And then, we get that feedback and go on. David, it is. I was on the board of OIT for 7 years. And OIT, when they ran out of Betsy Johnson, the Oregon Innovation Council, we had the funding right along. So, what, $12 million in 10 years down now, but make no mistake, Ocean Winds, Ocean and OIT, they want to see on the farm. And to say that they don't care about the fishermen, they don't really, they want the first and foremost thing is this plan to get offshore. You know. So, when I was there in and the dime is what you see, and pretty much the energy produced. But the frisbee, is the ocean resource that we same thing, right? Except for a very small. Did you ever know that I drew eight colonies on our marine map with Danny Shaw down off the beach to get it away from Tuesday because it was mainly located. I mean, this is where they wanted to go back. Jason said, "Here, take this." Yeah, he came in swinging a 4x4 in Charleston. The RV company. We're gonna have to do that. He's gonna buy now because I drew Lakeside 5, and that is one of the ones. But it took the pressure off the band, right? I mean, geez, that was pristine places on the planet. Band Iceland, that's where Jason wanted, that's the point. Still, I mean, to say that piece of area, they wanted over team up. Gardner, all the mountains, just that was very right. And it was always like on and I say, we should demand that these, wind turbine, wind is there for a year to see how it survives. Listen, I think we all have to. I actually have no motion. I might
likes to play with great attitude.
The end was purposely done because then the reception was there after it. The reception there after that was for chemistry and all. I wasn't involved in setting it up at all. But when I got the email, right, from you. What do we need to do? Well, I don't know.
And then when one decides while loaded
Scotland's a big battle. But it's a field with 4 varieties at 15 minutes.
one point is where I'm trying to get, and we also got to various environmental impacts. It was our area of interest, though. Our area of interest, I just like to rewatch again. To review and say about the goals of our state, of our administration, the need for the, the what we're talking about. And I hope help. And then these without operating fact, while schools are placed to be full profit director, full profit the state field, and be on the government where they feel safe. Think about it, when Washington, she but that's makes things like that. It's just from us saying, here's our concern, same as Ottawa. Just look at what she's so top, she's great, she's a great salesperson.
More important than any other. They're coming from me. That is what.
I don't know why you selected this one, but she has zero, she might. I shouldn't be saying, oh, I have no idea what's in her head or in her heart, but her actions do not show that she has much heart. And when I got my radio share the other day, it was very, something was very, and then environment research that. But then we're looking at the. You should check with water rate.
She had a lot of time to think about that before she came here, because she was told, you're really not welcome. Like, you know that, I know that, right? Well, like, who was her? She had all, when she came here, but she changed her tune, tailored to this event, everybody here knows that she has pissed a lot of people.
First time I heard her, I'm like, oh, she saying something that show action, and her actions show that.
Then they say, no, we're gonna go. And what Shannon was saying, I had a conversation with her. Alice says, you gotta talk to people, they really. So I'd like to ask Susan. Susan would say, finally, Justin, comes in. Well, the fisherman has an and now you're going. You have to.
And then you shut down Charleston and Greek. What will happen? Our boats from the down south will have to be leaving out of storage. That's the only place that will run. What that's gonna do? Well, the bigger boats may be able to pull it off. Just send the boat higher speaker over there. Smaller boats or owner operator boats, the kids. That's simple as that.
It's shipped down, right? Or it goes to Brookings and you shut it down. You use that lady. I mean, there's a percentage that's got the loss at some point, right? And it's not just scary proposition. Our fish is gonna do.
Okay, let's stack out this rope. Stack them in fours. Yep, just stack them in fours, but they're all gonna stay right here. And that's our. We're gonna stay in the room, we just gotta move. Yes. Are you in front of the hotel?
Yeah, that big parking lot.
The big parking lot is the front entrance over that way.
So where do I go? The quickest.
You can go out right here. And when you came in at the light, you made a left? Or are you in front of the hotel?
Towards the road.
Okay, then, yeah, you go out right here and just walk down the drive.
I love, what's this, where is this, like house?
I'm not sure.
That's how Cape Verde. Up towards Sunset Beach.
Is it like island?
It is now. There used to the right there, you can see.
Weird, how
there
come
used
I've
to be-
never seen it?
There used to be a bridge out there. It's
Oh.
hard to see from the road. Turn off. Spent almost a week out there changing windows in that thing before they tore the bridge down. Okay, so now what?
We're gonna move the stage over.